Well, hello and welcome to the final day's coverage of the French Open qualifying here on Court 6. It's been an historical event, hasn't it? First time that this qualifying has been seen on TV. Hopefully you've been with myself and Guy McCree all week. Seen some upsets and some dramatic twists and turns. But we are finally in the third round of qualifying matches. So the main draw is within touching distance for these players. And the first match of the day on Court 6 is the two matches today scheduled. It's Kenny de Sheppert, the only male Frenchman left in the draw. And he's taking on the 13th seed Igor Sijsling, the Dutchman. Interestingly enough, Sijsling, if he doesn't win today, could still sneak in as a lucky loser. The French Tennis Federation have yet to say what they're going to do with Constant Lestienne in terms of whether they're just going to allow another lucky loser or to give another wild card out. But if it does go to a lucky loser from the qualifying section, then it could be Sijsling, because if Jan-Lennard Struff wins later on against Martin, he would be the first reserve for the tournament, of course, with Roger Federer and Gael Monfils both withdrawing from the tournament. There's already two lucky losers to be put in. One of them is Nishioka. The other could be Struff, or it could be Fabiano. But as I say, if Struff wins, it'll be Fabiano, and then Sijsling, even if he loses today, will be the next lucky loser ready to go into the draw, which could happen because of Lestienne's removal, shall we say. What do we know about Sijsling then? Well, he's a Dutchman. Highest ever ranking of 52 in the world. Currently ranked 123 in the world. He's had a mixed year. Reached the final of a challenger in Saint-Brieuc. He had some good wins there on the hard courts in France. And then just before this tournament started, reached the second round of Munich tournament. Beat Kovalik. And then in the first round, Cecchiato is the 93rd ranked player in the world, before losing to Kovalik in the second round, which would have disappointed him. Kovalik getting into the tournament as a lucky loser. So it was a strange situation for the 28-year-old, beating a player than having to lose to the same player in the main draw, having beaten him in the qualifying. Has reached the second round of the French Open before, though, as Scheisling. So he does have experience here. He's twice qualified in 2015 and in 2012, the Dutchman. So looking to qualify for the second year running. He's up against De Schepper. He's a player who tends to be suited to the quicker surfaces, despite hailing from France. He's qualified 3 times before in the past for Wimbledon. Twice on those occasions getting through to the second round there, having qualified for the tournament. His standout performance in Grand Slams also came at SW19. He reached the 4th round in 2013. Got a little help after Cilic withdrew when he was scheduled to play him in round 2. He did beat Juan Monaco, the then 22nd seed, on his way to the last 16 of the 3rd Grand Slam of the year. In terms of his record at the French Open, he is a second rounder before. Beat Montañez in the first round in 2014. Although I say beat, he was 3-1 up before Montañez retired and lost to Robredo in the next round. Never qualified for the French Open, though, so has the chance to put that right here today. He is ranked at 143 in the world, so just 20 places below Scheisling. He's a former world number 62 as well, so they've got similar backgrounds, these two. And two players who are relatively similar in terms of how they play their game. Both like to move forward. Probably are both better suited to quicker surfaces as well. Although, of course, De Schepper has grown up on the clay, hailing from France. He made a good start to the year, qualified for Montpellier and got through to round 2 there. Good wins over Kopijans and Basilashvili. And then also qualified for Marseille, lost out 7-6 in the 3rd to Gulbis on that occasion. As we take a look at the weather, cloudy yet again today. It's a drizzle in the air, but we just hope that there's no long showers. And hopefully we'll get through the day's play. It's been amazing, really. When you look at the start of the week, it was forecast for lots of showers, lots of thunderstorms, almost all week, every day. And yet every day has just about survived. We've only had the 2-hour rain delay, which happened a couple of days ago. The tournament organisers have been pleasantly surprised with how much tennis we've been able to get through without stoppages. Of course, being on the clay court, you can absorb a little more water, so as long as it's just drizzle and it's not heavy rain, then the players can stay out there. But it has been a tournament so far for jackets and jumpers, as you can see there. Relatively packed house on court 6. And I think the majority of these fans will be looking to get behind Kenny De Schepper. As I say, last Frenchman left in the qualifying draw, in the men's section that is anyway. Following this one we will see Fiona Ferrer, who's the last of the women. She's taking on Sasha Vickery. But right now it's Igor Scheisling against Kenny De Schepper, and it'll be De Schepper to get this 3rd qualifying round match underway. Place in the main draw awaits them for one of these two. 30,000 euros is what the loser gets in the first round of the main draw of the French Open. So a lot of prize money as well as points, of course, at stake, and pride. Quickly up the court. An excellent chance for both of these players to get through to the greatest clay court tournament of them all.
Net, premier service.
Good depth from De Schepper. So much to talk about today, of course. The main draw has just been made for both the women and the men. big story, of course, is whether Djokovic and Nadal are scheduled to meet in the final. I can tell you they're scheduled to meet in the semis. So they are in the same half of the draw as each other.
Karankins.
Nadal will open his campaign against Sam Groth. Djokovic will take on Lou. Wawrinka will meet Russell. One of these two players could meet Andy Murray because he's scheduled to meet a qualifier. Good service hold for De Schepper to get us underway. In terms of the projected quarterfinals, Djokovic is scheduled to play Berdych, Nadal against Tsonga, Wawrinka is scheduled to meet Raonic, and Murray is scheduled to meet Nishikori. As I say, Nadal and Djokovic they're in the same half, Wawrinka and Murray in the same half. That's the men. In terms of the women, Serena Williams will play Rai Barakova in the first round. And she's scheduled to meet Azarenka in the quarters. And that's Kerber Bashinsky in the same half. And then in the bottom half of the draw, Muguruza against Vinci and Halep against Radvanska. And of course, are the projected quarterfinals. Never usually works out like that, though, does it? It's good court coverage. Sensible tennis. As I say, both of these players more than comfortable coming forward. Oh, what a rally that is. Both players hitting the line. De Schepper almost stopped all the strikes from Scheisling. Look at that, he's stopped his feet moving. Just checking the ball mark. Allowed Scheisling back into the point though. It was a sumptuous backhand up the line from the Dutchman. Scheisling, who is a player who tends to prefer quicker surfaces, but has won 2 challenger tournaments on clay out of the 6 he's won overall. In terms of Grand Slams, his best effort was Wimbledon in 2013, reached the 3rd round there, beat a young Milos Raonic as well, which is some win on a grass court.
Holtz.
That's brilliant. A lot of pace on the ball from De Schepper. Scheisling quickly up to it, taking it early off the forehand side. Does lead their head-to-head 2-love, by the way. Scheisling, their last meeting, coming in a challenger event in 2014. You'd have to make it, the Dutchman, a slight favourite for this one. As I say, 20 ranking places higher than De Schepper. The fact that he's qualified twice for Roland-Garros stands him in good stead. Knows what it's all about. Consider that probably a slightly better clay court record throughout his career than De Schepper. But of course, De Schepper has the home crowd here to get behind him, which can often make a difference. First time he's made the 3rd qualifying round as well. Or maybe you feel he's got nothing to lose out there.
40-15.
His first serve, as ever, with the big Frenchman will be important. That's really nice point construction from De Schepper, and we remain on serve so far in this first set. It's the Frenchman leads by 2-1.
Reprise. Zero 15.
In terms of how they both got into this round, Seisling had to work very hard for his first round win over Franco Scugo. 6-7, 7-6, 6-3. Before beating Zemlya a little easier, 6-4, 6-love.
Kenzo 30.
De Schepper, meanwhile, had a good win over Filippo Villandri, 6-3, 7-6, and then got past Milo, another Frenchman, 6-1, 6-4. First break point then of the match so far. A little bit of a tight-looking forehand, that one, from the Dutchman. It was a very late call. It would have been returned, but it is confirmed as long, so... Well, what a way to give the break. A little look down, he's going to check the ball mark here, but I don't think he's ever going to win an argument. He's just going to have to accept the call. It was very tough to hear what was being said there, but what I'd imagine Seisling was a little upset with was just how late the call was. Came a fair few seconds after it was out. So De Schepper then gets an early break, is given an early break thanks to the double fault, and now leads by 3-1.
Kansas. 15. Trois 15.
That's great net coverage. He will have been feeling a little bit of pressure coming into today to Shepard.
40-15.
Performing in front of his home crowd. Looking to qualify for this event for the first time in his career. But he's not showing it. That was confident tennis.
Quarante-30.
Consolidates the break, does the Frenchman. And it's been an impressive start on the world number 143. He leads by 4 games to 1.
Reprise. Zero 15.
He's just starting to make a few too many unforced errors, Seisling. There's another.
0-30. Quinze 30.
First ace for Seisling. Had half a chance, guessed the right way. It was too hot to handle in the end. Sizing then able to hold. 4 points in a row for the Dutchman from love 30 down. That's a good hold, because everything looked to be going against him. Stops the rot. First game in 4 for the 13th seed. That's De Schepper, who leads by 4 games to 2. We'll of course keep you up to date with all the players who do qualify for the main draw. Coming into today, we knew that it was Unger, Scher and Albot, as well as Tobias Kamke and Carballas Baena. Already today through Stepanek, Darcy's, Trangiletti, Burlock and Brown. And looking like he's going to be a lucky loser to go through is Nishioka, who lost to Stepanek. That's a sumptuous passing shot.
Kenza.
Always the danger if you hit a little bit of angle on your approach shot, you do give your opponent the line ball, you give them the angle. But yeah, of course, Nishioka will be the lucky loser because of Federer's withdrawal, and as I learned this morning that Gael Monfils also won't be able to play in the main draw because of a viral infection. That's a massive forehand. And just unleashing on the ball, taking it early, taking the time away from De Schepper. Say there will be 2 and maybe 3 lucky losers, maybe even more, of course, if there are more withdrawals from now until Sunday morning. So even if Scheisling loses, he has a decent chance of getting into the tournament today. Well, not necessarily today, but by Sunday.
Jeu de Schepper. Changement de barre à Masser, s'il vous plaît. New balls, please. De Schepper mène 5 jeux à 2.
De Schepper holds again, and he's a game away then from taking this first set. Leads 5-2.
Asseyez-vous rapidement, s'il vous plaît, merci. Reprise.
Scheisling serving to stay in the first set, serving with new balls though. So quickly up the court. Don't often see the drive volley, or don't see it as much as I think we should in the men's game. See it a lot in the women's game. Quick to see that he got his opponent on the stretch there.
30-0. Pas de flash, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. No flash.
Wrong footer from Scheisling. And that's the shot really that De Schepper's got to be careful with if he's going to go into the forehand wing. Can't drop it short. Scheisling does like to tee off on the forehand. Love service hold then, so that should apply a bit of pressure onto De Schepper. First job done for the Dutchman. Now needed to break De Schepper, which he hasn't done so far in this match. Need to carve out a break point, in fact. So De Schepper serving for this opening set, 5-3. Just about got enough pace on the ball.
15-0.
First double for De Schepper. He knows that he hasn't brought his A game in this first set, Scheisling. Think of the backhand wing. There's just been a few too many unforced errors. Trying to go for it. Just wonder whether he'll rein things in a little off the backhand side. Yeah, makes it look easy when he gets a short ball. So efficient, moving up the court. De Schepper's had a good first serve percentage, incidentally, in this opening set. Missing one there, and it just allowed Scheisling to get the first strike in. From there on in, he was able to move up. He defended so well early in the point there, Scheisling, but again, it's the backhand that lets him down.
40-30.
He just couldn't resist it, could he? In terms of stepping up and taking the ball on. So it's a set point for De Schepper. Goes long. So it's De Schepper who takes the opening set, much to the delight of the majority of the crowd here on court 6. It's the Frenchman who goes a set up. He's taken the first one by 6-3 in 25 minutes.
Reprise. Deuxième manche. Au service, Sajid.
What a return that is. Continuing where he left off.
0-15.
That first serve percentage really helped him out, but he was needed to be aggressive. He has been. He's got the balance right. Not sure whether that was the sweetest of connections off that backhand wing, but nevertheless finds the corner of the court.
Kenza 30.
Gets there and makes it. De Schepper steals the point. Guessed the right way here.
40.
And then was quick to get back across the court. Wasn't necessarily a bad volley from Scheisling. 2 break points. Oh, that's beautiful. De Schepper's on a roll. Breaks Scheisling early in the second set. There's the Frenchman who moves to 1-love. And he's got to be absolutely delighted with the way he is playing. And often with players like Scheisling and De Schepper, it's all about first serve percentage and getting into a rhythm, and that's exactly what De Schepper has done there. Look at that for a first serve percentage, 79% for someone who's 6'8" tall. It's very tough for Scheisling to get a foothold in the games. He's winning 77% of points behind that first serve as well. And Scheisling's hope is just that the first serve percentage goes down. It's impressive what we've seen, really, from the Frenchman. Especially when you consider how he's got on this year. He lost 7 matches in a row. Many of them qualifying matches too. Started the year well, qualified for both Montpellier and Marseille. Was a semi-finalist at the 50k Challenger event in Cherbourg. But after that, lost 7 matches in a row before heading to Rome. So confidence would have been low there, but just before this tournament in qualifying, beat Lajovic in the first qualifying round of the ATP World Tour Rome Masters. Lajovic ranked 70th in the world, and that's obviously given him some belief. Playing here at home, he looks right at home at the moment. Holds to love as he consolidates another break and moves to 2-love up in the second set. So often it's mentioned, isn't it? Tennis being about in between the ears, having that confidence, that belief. Both of these players have been in the mix on the ATP World Tour in the past, looking to get back there. All it would take for them as well is just a couple of wins in a Grand Slam. I say just, of course, it is incredibly difficult, but you look at the draw this morning for the men. At the top end of the draw, 2 qualifiers are scheduled to meet each other.
Kenza.
Winner of that one, right at the top, will meet the winner of Novak Djokovic's match against Lou. So they may not go too deep, those 2 qualifiers, but still a chance to really get through to the second round of a Grand Slam.
Kenza 30.
Also, a couple of qualifiers are scheduled to meet all over the draw. There's 3 all qualifier rounds in total. It's more like it from Scheisling. Just has to keep going. Keep it down to the 1 break, and you never know.
Trente, 40. Jeu de Schepper.
It's good depth, and De Schepper breaks again. And he's almost home and dry now. It's a really healthy lead.
De Schepper mène
set to love, and by 3 games to love.
Reprise.
Can he continue the roll? That's the question. Looking very good for the Frenchman. Coming into today, the fact that he's lost to Scheisling in the 2 previous matches, Schepper couldn't have even dreamed for it to have been going this well. To say Scheisling was the favourite, really, coming into this one.
Trente. 35.
There'll still be nerves, though, in the system. Despite him being experienced, I'm sure he'll draw upon his past experiences with qualifying for Wimbledon 3 times before, including last year. He's never done it in his homeland. Just keeps failing to take advantage of situations he's creating for himself. He will know he's running out of time. Just missed it. Again, the 6'8" reach of De Schepper. Too much for Scheisling. And he does consolidate the second break. 5 games in a row for De Schepper. And he leads 4-love second set.
15-0.
That's smart tennis. And the result from the women's third round qualifying. Kozlova, the 8th seeds, lost to Soilu 6-3, 7-6. That was over on court 8. So Soilu through to the main draw.
3-15.
Of course, following this match, we'll see the only French woman left in the qualifying, Fiona Ferro against Sasha Vickery. Just keeps missing. Shepard's going to repeatedly go back to that backhand side. Just wonder whether Scheissling's head has gone here.
Quarante. Quarante.
I think a little reaction there from Scheisling just sums up how it's been going for him. Once the ball mark checked, and is confirmed as in. Made it awkward, didn't he? A clever slice backhand from De Schepper. Scheisling still unable to get on the scoreboard.
40.
Oh, that's great tennis all round. Still fighting and still alive at the moment. Scheisling needs a few more of those.
Net, premier service.
So tough to get the ball over someone who's 6'8" tall.
Égalité.
He's enjoying himself today. He's the Frenchman, especially in front of this crowd. It's another break point.
Avantage, De Schepper.
It's well saved.
Égalité.
I've seen too many juice games in this match. Pretty long one here. That's beautifully done. See there with the clock in the background, 42 minutes. Scheisling is incredibly quick in between the points. Tends to like to get on with things.
He's
made that one. So gets himself on the board in the second set, but he's still got a mountain to climb. A double break down. De Schepper leading 4-1.
Reprise. Kansas.
With how this has gone so far for De Schepper. Incidentally, if Sijsling does go on to lose this match, which looks likely, I'm sure he'll probably go over to court 17 and possibly cheer on Jan Struff. Say just a reminder that if Struff wins, he will be third in line for a lucky loser spot. Two of them will have already been taken by Nishioka and Fabiano, and he'll be third in line, and they're yet to decide what they're doing at the French Tennis Federation with Constant Lestienne in terms of who they're replacing him with in the draw. Undercooks that one, whether it will be another wild card or whether it will be a lucky loser from qualifying. Which, if it's a lucky loser from qualifying, then Sijsling will get in as long as Struff wins. It's a nice quick return.
45.
That's as far as my maths and calculations are concerned, incidentally. Of course, any further withdrawals will help Sijsling's case as well. Another comfortable service hold. Never, when he woke up this morning, did he imagine it would have been this easy. Game away. Beautifully done. Able to pick the volley up off his toes.
Kansas.
You can see why he's had success at Wimbledon, reaching the third round there, went over Rajnic 2013.
Kansas.
So with the speed that he plays, I think it sometimes put opponents off.
Kansas 30.
It's almost just as if De Schepper's just waiting for the error to come from Scheisling. He didn't have to wait long. 2 match points.
Really
found too many of those, Scheisling. Well, stranger things have happened, haven't they, in terms of comebacks?
40.
First 2 match points saved in emphatic fashion.
Avantage, De Schepper.
But De Schepper will get a 3rd match point. Still not there yet.
Égalité.
It's a quality point.
Avantage, Scheisling. Égalité. Avantage, De Schepper.
Can he finish it off this time? 4th match point. Still can't do it. Twice being denied by the white tape. Fans here ready to celebrate on court 6. Do feel it's just a matter of time. Again, no footwork there.
Avantage, De Schepper.
Good solid deep return though from the Frenchman. 5th match point. Well, he seems to find the court whenever he's match point down, Scheisling.
Égalité.
Refusing to give this one away just yet. Controlled tennis from the Dutchman. You do just never
Avantage, Scheisling.
Keeps himself in this. The longer it goes on, more question marks will arise in De Schepper's head. Of course, he's never qualified directly for the French Open. Only been given wild cards or qualified in terms of through his ranking in the past. Scheisling's still alive. Had to save 5 match points in the game, but he is still alive and kicking for now. Well, it's De Schepper who leads 5-2 second set.
Reprise.
Serving for a place in the main draw, Kenny de Schepp at 5-2.
Zero Kansas.
So we'll be a little frustrated that he wasn't able to close it out in the previous game. Just has to try and stay in the present though. Knows that he's still got 2 breaks to serve. Hasn't faced a break point either all match. Great reactions at the net from the Frenchman. Could have got a little edgy had he gone to love 30.
Kansas. Toronto, Kansas.
First ace for de Schepp. Surprising, really, considering how well he's been serving in this match. Follows it up with a second ace, and with it gives himself 2 match points.
40 Kansas.
What a performance from Kenny de Schepp. In under an hour, he has defeated Igor Scheisling and has got through qualifying here in front of his own fans for the first time in his career to move into the main draw of Roland-Garros. Delight for the French fans on court 6 and sheer delight for Kenny de Schepp. He's defeated Scheisling 6-3, 6-2 in under an hour. Impressive stuff from the world number 143. Scheisling, as I've already mentioned, may well sneak in as a lucky loser. That is dependent on any further withdrawals and whether or not Jan-Lennard Struff wins later on today over on court 17. Could then become the 3rd player who is listed in terms of getting into the main draw. As I say, it all depends what the French Tennis Federation do with Constant Lestienne as well in terms of his replacement. But de Schepp knows he's there for certain, no doubt about that. Look at that for a first serve percentage. Didn't think it could get any better from the first set, but it did. Up to 81% first serve percentage, won 82% of those points. And closed the match out with 3 aces in a row. Didn't take as many break points as he would have liked, but the majority of those that were missed were right at the back end of the match when Scheisling was serving to stay in it. And all in all, a very much complete performance from de Schepp, and he'll be delighted to move into the Roland-Garros main draw. Of course, he has played in the main draw before, reached the second round in 2014. It'll be interesting to see how far he will go this time. If he performs like he did today, then who's to say he can go further than that one? Well, coming next, I should say, on court 6, Fiona Ferro, another French player in action, taking on Sasha Vickery, the young American. 2 very young players. This should be an exciting encounter. I'm going to take a quick break, but I'll be back to talk you through that one. That's the final match of the day, final match of the televised qualifying as well, so it should be an emotional affair. I'll speak to you again soon.
Regarde vite fait, mais bon, je sais pas si c'est fait.
Hello and welcome back. This is the final match of the day to be shown on TV. On court 6, it's been a stunning week, isn't it? Plenty of twists and turns and dramatic tennis from start to finish. The French Open qualifying event. 128 players, both men and women, looking to get the 16 qualifying spots available for Roland-Garros. Doing 3 matches in a row. And these two players who we're about to see have almost done it. Pete Hodges here in the commentary box, and I'll talk you through this final match of the day on court 6. Final match of our coverage, I should say. Fiona Ferro against Sasha Vickery, two young rising stars of the game. And what a story it has been for this young French player, just 19 years of age. He's had a really disappointing year in 2016, but put the form book to one side once she arrived here in Paris. He's had a couple of really impressive wins to get to this spot. Defeated Chang Lui in the first round, 7-5, 6-3. But then one of her wins of her career, really, against Vanya King. Okay, Vanya King at the moment is ranked outside the world's top 150, but she's a very experienced player, and someone who's played a lot of good tennis of late, the American. But yet it was Ferro who was able to come through that one. Marathon match it was, about 2.5 hours it lasted for. 2-6, 6-3, 6-4 to be the only female player left in the qualifying. And she's actually only just the second French player to reach the third qualifying round in the last 6 years in the women's section. And this crowd have been whipped up into a frenzy after Kenny de Schepper's win just a few moments ago, so they're looking and hoping for more French success. Ferro's actually played in the main draw a couple of times before as well. Last year she got given a wild card and lost to Pereira in the first round, and the year before that she was also given a wild card and lost to Lizicki. Hasn't quite kicked on as she would have hoped, though, since really blazing onto the scene as a junior. Ranked at 273rd in the world, which is why it's so impressive that she is here in the third round of qualifying. But she's going to be tested today, no doubt about that, against the 21-year-old Sasha Vickery. Currently ranked 164 in the world. Got to a career high ranking of 108 midway through last year. Looking to try and get back up around that mark again. She finished the last year ranked 130th in the world, which was a decent step up for her. 2 previous years she finished 195th and 190th before then. Has had mixed results in 2016. Reached the quarterfinals of Bogota, the WTA tournament in Colombia. Beat Dominguez Lino there. That really a standout performance. Also a quarterfinalist in Charlottesville. And this is her best effort at the French Open qualifying. Was knocked out in the first round both last year of the qualifying and the year before that, where she lost to Johanna Konta. So it just shows where and how quickly qualifiers 1 year can suddenly find form and go up through the rankings the next couple of years. She has had a Grand Slam experience in the past though, and has experience of getting through qualifying in the past. Qualified for Wimbledon in 2015, beat the likes of Sorana Castilla before losing to Makarova in the first round, and also has won a round in a main draw.
2 minutes.
That was at the US Open in 2013, beat Lucic Baroni there. So has got Grand Slam experience, more so than Ferro, only just about though. Of course, Ferro having twice played in the main draw here at Roland-Garros before. In terms of the weather conditions, as you can see, it's pretty cloudy, but most of the clouds are a nice white grey colour rather than a dark grey, which means that the rain should stay away today. We're hoping so anyway. It's been incredible, the turnaround. At the moment it's relatively sunny out there. The forecast for the week was quite frankly disgusting. It was meant to be thunderstorms and rain the whole week, and yet we've only had about 2 hour stoppage. That was late on Wednesday. Other than that, we've been able to get through all the matches, and this is the final match of the day on this court. Juan Campistol, the chair umpire there, he'll look after this one.
Une minute.
In terms of Ferro's record on this surface, she's won 65, lost 43.
À droite de la chaise aux États-Unis,
Sacha Vickery. She was born incidentally in Belgium, moving across to France. And she does lead
gauche de la chaise France, Fiona Ferro.
The head-to-head against Vickery. An ITF event in Sao Paulo, which was on the clay in 2014. Young back then as well, just 17 years of age. As I say, though, since being a 17-year-old, hasn't probably kicked on as much as she would have liked. Did achieve a career high ranking this year of 248 in the world. But has lost a lot of matches. Won just 1 out of 8 coming into this event. But was able to put the form book to one side, as I say, to go through. We'll of course keep you up to date as well with all the other matches going on and who's getting through to the main draw, who is qualifying. I can tell you that Biakakchai, Castilla, Siniakova and Hanchikova have all qualified for the main draw from the women's section, as you can see there. Also live scores are around the grounds, plenty of action going on various courts. It's a busy day, last qualifying day here at Roland-Garros. Plenty for the fans to get their teeth into. It's good to see some sunglasses there as well, isn't it? Mainly it's been full of rain jackets and jumpers. Not so today. Well, a little bit today, I should say. There are some jumpers and rain jackets, but sunglasses as well. So Sacha Vickery, who's just got the match underway. One of the smaller players on the circuit, just 5'4" tall. Plucky player though, someone who chases down every ball, has a terrific attitude. Vickery herself has had a couple of good wins as well, of course, to get to this round. Down the 15th seed. So second service just called wide, confirmed as wide, I should say. So it is an early double fault for Vickery. But yeah, defeated Rebecca Pettersson, 15th seeded Swede, before getting past Cindy Berger in the last round. It's tidy tennis. Couple of long matches though for Vickery, both of them 3-setters. So she'll feel that she's played a lot of tennis already this week. Of course, all the players get a day off tomorrow.
Quarante-quinze.
Another result to give you, incidentally, from court 18. Sampa Montana has defeated Karatsev 6-2, 6-3. So Sampa Montana through to the main draw.
Jeu, Mademoiselle Vickery.
Wild return goes wide, so Vickery able to hold serve in her first service game. Also, of course, there's been the main draw, which has come about, and the draw has been made for that one. Qualifiers won't know where they are and who they're playing just yet, although we know where qualifiers will be. In the women's draw, Serena Williams, the defending champion, will open up her defence of her title against Magdalena Rybarikova. She's scheduled to meet Azarenka in the quarterfinals. The scheduled and projected quarterfinals are Kerber against Bashinsky, also in the top half, and then in the bottom half Muguruza against Vinci and Halep against Radvanska. So maybe we'll hear some drilling and whatnot go on in the background. Of course, this is the final day of preparation. I say final day, of course. They have tomorrow as well to really get themselves ready for the main draw starting on Sunday. Crowd will be a factor here, you would think. Ferro certainly rose to the occasion of playing in front of the French crowd so far this week. Seems to enjoy the limelight. Very tough to hit through his Vickery. Ferro player, a lot of balls today. Maybe just over-forcing a little there, the French player. So a couple of early break points here for Vickery. Push that one long. Maybe a few nerves in the system for Ferro. Those nerves prove costly because Vickery breaks early and leads 2-love first set. Results incidentally coming thick and fast from around the grounds. Give you another two. Golubic has had an excellent win over Me Too, so the 9th seed's been knocked out. Could well sneak through as a lucky loser, Me Too. But Golubic, who played some fabulous tennis in Fed Cup tennis just a few weeks ago, obviously replicating that form in the qualifying to get through to the main draw, winning 6-1 in the third against Me Too. Also through is Sapid Roig, defeating Haas 6-2, 6-3 over on court 17.
30-0.
Really positive start for
42.
Vickery so far. She would have felt some nerves too, as I say, has never qualified for the French Open, never played in the main draw, Roland-Garros. Finds the baseline. Bit of aggression shown by Ferro.
45.
Wasn't happy with the bounce there. Playing on these courts though is like playing on silk. They are wonderfully maintained. Best clay courts in the world, of course, for the biggest clay court tournament in the world. Scintillating backhand up the line from Vickery. Closes out the game, consolidates the break. The American, who moves into a 3-love lead first set.
Reprise.
Needing to get herself going and quickly here, Ferro. Love 3. Another result from the men's side of things. Meltzer, the Austrian, 17th seed, safely through to the men's main draw, defeating Donati.
That
is going to be the difficulty for Ferro today. Vickery, very much a player who likes to keep the ball deep. She can be aggressive, does like to step up the court, describes herself as an aggressive player, an aggressive baseliner. But she's a very good mover, someone who likes to make her opponent play. Straight Ferro today, and certainly has done that in the opening exchanges. few feet from the service line there, Vickery, taking it so early. It's often the case with teenagers early on in their careers, that just struggle a little with the second serve. I feel it is one of the weaknesses for Ferret. It's another glittering backhand up the line.
30-40.
Clearly feels that's a shot that she can take on today. Again, a little short from Ferret, but Vickery was pretty wide when she struck that ball near the outside tram line. Fine winner. It's another break point. Takes it.
Vickery.
Well, we saw a super fast match earlier on this court. De Schepper beating Scheisling in next to no time. Vickery's in a rush too. After just 12 minutes, leads by 4 games to love with 2 breaks.
Zero 15.
Just took her time. Ready to see which way Ferret went before dispatching the forehand. Plus, just the 2 matches today on this court. Talked about the draw ceremony taking place a couple of hours ago. Mentioned the women's. In terms of the men's, of course, the big talking point coming into the tournament was whether or not it'll be a Nadal-Djokovic final. Although there's the chance of it being a Nadal-Djokovic final. Oh, let's just nick the net and gone over. I'm sure Vickery will argue that that was the perfect drop shot. She was going for the drop. You can't get any closer to getting it over the net than this. Incidentally, that Murray is obviously the other side of the draw to Djokovic, but it's scheduled to be a Nadal-Djokovic semi-final. Of course, there's a fair few players they've got to get past before then. As Vickery consolidates the break again and is now just a game away from taking this opening set. Leads by 5 games to love.
Reprise. Prenez place rapidement, s'il vous plaît, mesdames, messieurs.
Encouragement from the fans here on court 6 for the young French woman. Struggled so far, serving to stay in the first set. May well have been dropping wide, but Vickery didn't want to take the chance. It's a fine drive volley, considering she was moving backwards as she hit it. More like it. But if she can just get on the scoreboard, then
15.
those butterflies and nerves may well settle. You can argue it's the biggest match of her young career so far. Of course, she's played in the main draw a couple of times before Ferro, but to qualify for it would be some achievement, especially when you look at the names in the draw this week. Lots of Hanchikova, Castilla, a couple of players in these two players' section. Teague was a quarter-finalist. Yeah, Madrid Open recently. Knocked out by Vanya King. King, who's played a lot of matches, very experienced, former world number 50. The attitude's been good from Ferro. I haven't seen any of head dropping or shoulders shrugged at all. Just got on with things. Still generally, on the whole, heard positive things from Ferro. Still can't get herself on the scoreboard though.
40. Correction was good. First serve.
Correction from the chair, so it'll be a first serve again.
Avantage, Mademoiselle Vickery.
Sadly, for the 19-year-old, there's been a few too many of those. Set point Vickery. She's done everything right
Mademoiselle Vickery.
in the opening 20 minutes or so. Has Sasha Vickery barely put a foot wrong, secures the bagel, and what a start to this final qualifying round matchup. Takes the first set 6-love in 21 minutes.
Reprise. Deuxième manche, au service, Mademoiselle Vickery.
We've seen a fair few topsy-turvy encounters this week. Ferro will be hoping for another one in terms of recovering. Vickery, of course, will be hoping for more of the same. Some character just hanging on in there in the rally.
15.
There's the positivity in terms of the response. Body language and everything else. Isn't looking like a player who's just been bageled. I'm sure Ferro will be well aware as well that Vickery played such good tennis in that first set that her level will likely drop a little. Just like that, a couple of unforced errors then from the American. And here's an early chance for Ferro to go up an early break in the second set.
15-40. Out.
It was close to the line. Has it missed it? Ferro thinks it has. Sasha disagreeing with the ball mark. Jerome Campistol agreeing with Ferro, so it's a break of serve
Jeu, Mademoiselle
for Ferro.
Premier jeu, deuxième manche. Changement
It's
barre,
her
ramassé,
first game of the
balle.
match. Could be a significant one too. She goes up an early break in the second set, leading 1-love. Vickery needs to just try and put that behind her. In the end, though, it's 3 unforced errors in a row of the forehand wing to close out the game. Very different type of game that we saw, well, from what we saw in the first set from Vickery.
Kansas.
Just needs to keep her focus here. Bit of rain falling, I think. Certainly the first few drops we've had today, though certainly not enough to come off the court.
Kansas.
Couple of umbrellas just going up, but they're coming down again. As I say, looking around the skies, it's still relatively clear. Nothing Nothing looking too menacing. That's nicely controlled.
15-30.
Vickery knows she just has to be patient. Need to overhit. Has the power to control most of the points against Ferro. Just wonder whether it's Ferro who's forcing the issue a little too much. She needed to go for that winner. In terms of margin for error, it didn't have to be that close to the line. So far, every time we've had a break point, it's been converted, as you can see from those statistics. Vickery has another 2 here. Vickery breaks straight back then.
Un jeu partout.
Maybe it's just a blip rather than a change in momentum. 1 game all, second set.
$15-0.
Got a little lucky. Cut it a little finer than she would have liked there, Vickery. Ball finds its way into the court. It's more like it. Get the crowd going. Really well-constructed point from start to finish.
$40-15. Jeu, Mademoiselle Vickery.
Vickery in front then.
Mademoiselle
First
Vickery
time
mène
in the
2 jeux.
second set. Leads by 2 games to 1.
Reprise.
Bit of depth for Ferro, allowing Vickery up the court at all.
15-0.
As I say, this French crowd trying to play a part here. I do just wonder how much yesterday would have taken out of Ferro, just physically, that long match against Vanya King, but mentally as well, that emotional stress. And such a dramatic match, particularly on this court. It was relatively full. It's a huge win for her. Tough to then get up the next day. Someone who's a 19-year-old, getting used to doing it day in, day out. Second serve, not good enough. Just not enough pace on the ball, really. Someone of Vickery's quality just swats it away. That's great tennis. Really, Ferro is just struggling to hurt Vickery in any way.
15-40.
American doing such a good job of taking the ball on when she can. And again in trouble on serve. Vickery with 2 more break points.
Mademoiselle Vickery.
And again, misses a first serve.
Mademoiselle Vickery
all over the second serve. And the American breaks for a second time in a row in this second set. Ferro's still yet to hold serve, incidentally, in the entire match. In control now. He's the 21-year-old, leads 3-1 second set. Saw a quick glimpse of the statistics when they changed ends at the back end, well, at the end of the first set. A staggering amount of points behind the first serve is Vickery. Winning 89% of the points when she's getting that first serve in. First serve percentage could have been higher, though. It's only around 53% right now. I say that the trouble for Ferro is, even in situations like the point we've just witnessed, it was a slightly short second serve. She's trying to force Vickery back or maneuver her around the court, but just doesn't really have a weapon to hurt her American opponent with, and so Vickery's just able to neutralise the point and then dominate. Especially with the way that she's playing at the moment, Vickery. She looks like she's very comfortable out there. Seeing very few of those types of errors. We saw 3 in a row in the first game of the second set, but other than that, she's composed, the balance right between defence and attack.
35.
Go!
Trenta.
You can understand the frustration. Finally got herself up the court. Big point. Just to get the break back, but instead it's Vickery with another chance to extend her lead. Which she does. And is now just 2 games away from a place in the main draw. Sasha Vickery consolidates the break yet again and leads 4-1 second set.
Reprise.
Another result to give you. Zanevska defeating Kachova over on court 15, 6-2 in the third. So there's the Ukrainian who goes through to the main draw. Only a couple of spots left then. There are 12 qualifiers who make it through in total. I can tell you that from the women we know, Hanchikova, Soilu, Gulubic, Zanevska, Biakakchai, Castilla, Sapid Roig and Siniakova are all there.
Lead, premier service.
So still to be decided, Chiriko against Kromacheva. That one last up on court 14. Follow the match between Basilashvili and Donaldson. Winner of this one. Winner of the match between Jorovic and Sorribes Tormo. And also the winner of the match between Min and Tredetska. I can tell you that Min is 6-5 up in the first set in that one. Jorovic against Sorribes Tormo will be next up on court 15. So we have another debate about whether the ball caught the line or not. It's been called in. Shrug of the shoulders from Vickery, but again she's going to have to accept it.
30-0.
Careful not to argue too much, Vickery, because as you're well aware that the French can't really pick a side. Of course, they've wanted Ferro to win this one all throughout it, but if she can just get a bit of momentum going, the crowd will get more and more involved.
44.
On the men's side, there are 16 qualifiers. It's a nice wrong footer.
43.
Players who have already made it through. On the men's side, Kamka, Stepanek, Darcis, Trungiletti, Burlock, Cabayez, Bayana, Brown. Also through is Unger, Meltzer, De Sheppert, who we saw earlier on in this court, Jer and Olbot. Well, gets back to juice. This is a must-hold service game, really, for Ferro, you feel. The way everything has gone. And again, look how far up the court Vickery is. Almost having to take it on the half volley. Anything slightly short, and it's just easy pickings. Well, he does have terrific anticipatory skills. Not this time, though.
Avantage, Mademoiselle Ferro.
Another excellent return.
Égalité.
That's a fine backhand up the line. Incidentally,
Avantage
today was
Vickery.
one of a handful of Americans trying to make it through. Jennifer Brady lost earlier on to Hanchikova. Grace Min in action at the moment. Of course, the top seed, Luisa Chirico, also in action later on, but she's pretty much already there. Nearly made it. It's been a shot that's been very useful and effective today for Vickery. But yeah, as I say, Chirico pretty much through, or is through really. Even if she loses today, she will be the lucky loser because of Wozniacki's withdrawal and being the top seed in the singles. She will then move into the main draw as a lucky loser, but I'm sure she'll want to win today, do it properly. Super speed, and what racket head control having got there.
Avantage, Mademoiselle Vickery.
She's such a good mover around the court. We've seen her move side to side, this time up the court though. Excellent control going at that speed. Another break point for Vickery. Well, that really has been where she has got on top in this match, taking that serve so early, taking all the time away from Ferro. And it's yet another break of serve for the American, who's now a game away from the main draw. What a confidence boost this will be as well, to win a match this comfortably before heading into the main draw. of the French Open for the first time. Second serve, very short. Picked off by Ferro.
15. Trente-quinze. Quarante-quinze.
2 match points. Sasha Vickery is through to the main draw of the French Open for the first time in her career. Fabulous performance from the American. Gets it done in around 50 minutes. And I don't think even in her dreams she would have expected to have won so comfortably when she woke up this morning. Dropping just the one game. Emphatic performance from the 21-year-old. She'll be dangerous in the main draw if she can repeat that sort of performance. Look at that in terms of points won behind the first serve, 83%. But she was excellent at attacking the second serve of Ferro, who only won 28% of the points. Pretty good off the first serve too, and it was just a complete dominant performance from Vickery. Ferro will hope to rise again, 19 years of age. She still had a very good qualifying event, a couple of really good wins for the French player, but really in truth today, outclassed, as you can see there, winning more than double the amount of points as her opponent Vickery. So she is through. She has defeated Fiona Ferro 6-love, 6-1. Moves into the main draw of Roland-Garros, as I say, for the first time. Well, that concludes our coverage for you this week. Historic stuff, wasn't it? The first time that we've ever been able to bring you live coverage of the qualifying event. I hope you've enjoyed it. I certainly have enjoyed it, talking you through all the action. It's been a splendid week, and the main draw, of course, starts on Sunday. And I'm sure we'll see plenty of exhilarating thrills and spills there. Of course, the favourite Novak Djokovic for the men's title, Serena Williams the favourite for the women's title, but it's never that easy to call it, is it? It should be a fabulous couple of weeks ahead. But from the qualifying this week, from me, Pete Odgers, and from Guy McCree earlier on this week, and the whole team here in Paris, I'll bid you a goodbye.
chaise, tu veux.
Well, hello and welcome back to French Open qualifying. Wasn't too sure whether I'd be saying that, of course, having signed off recently. They decided to put a match on court 6. And it's a good one too, isn't it? As we've just seen the graphic flash up there, Luisa Chirico, top seed in the women's qualifying. Young American taking on another young player, Arina Kromacheva from Russia, who's won a lot of matches this year. Two in-form players, and whoever can get through this one will be a real threat to whoever they face in the main draw. This is the third qualifying round for the French Open. Winner of this one goes through. I say the winner of this one goes through. Actually, Chirico will go through no matter what, because she is the highest seeded player in the qualifying, and what with Caroline Wozniacki's withdrawal already, it means that she is guaranteed a place already in the main draw. But she'll want to continue her winning form and qualify proper. Won't want to go in as a lucky loser, will want to see qualified by her name. I'm sure she's prepared for this match like she has for the other ones. In terms of how she got to this spot, a couple of good wins already. Defeated Martin Chova of the Czech Republic in the first round. That was a relatively comfortable victory for Chirico, winning 6-3, 6-2. And then had a tough one against Slováčková. Had to come from a set down against the talented doubles player, former world top 70 player in Slováčková. Won 4-6, 6-4, 6-3. Of course, her standout performance this year for the American was reaching the semi-finals of the Madrid Open, which is a premier mandatory tournament. So it picked up a whole load of points, as well as a lot of prize money there. Ranking shot up as well. She's currently ranked 77th in the world. So a little unfortunate to even be in qualifying in the first place. She's actually ranked 39th on the road to Singapore, which shows just what a good year she has had. Qualified through to the first round of Stuttgart, also qualified through to reach the first round of Acapulco, reached the third round as well of Charleston, beat Safarova there. So she's had a lot of good wins, had wins over Ivanovic and Gavrilova in Madrid. So should be feeling pretty confident about her chances of winning this one today, but it will be tough for her against this young Russian. Just 21 years of age, Kromacheva. Very good junior player as well, was runner-up in the singles tournament of Wimbledon in the juniors in 2011. Also an exceptional doubles player on the junior circuit. Won the French Open twice. In fact, the junior French Open, I should say, in 2011 and 2012. First time with Janevska, who's already qualified today, incidentally. And then the second time with Gavrilova, who's in the main draw anyway. Also won the US Open in doubles with Demi Scherz, and was runner-up at both Wimbledon and the Australian Open at different times. So she's been talked about for a fair while. Coached by Wim Fisset, who I'm sure if you know your tennis will have heard his name, being related to Simona Halep and Kim Clijsters. He's a former coach of both of those players. So it's a coup just for the fact that she's been able to draw a top-notch coach to have in her team. And as I say, has won a lot of matches this year. Has risen from 240 in the world to 133, which is a career high at the moment. Seeded 24th for the qualifying. She won ITF events in Moscow, Puebla, and St. Gardin coming into this one, beat Dominguez Lino and Sakari in the final. Wonderful conditions. I say wonderful because it's been surprising, isn't it, all week. We've been saying there's going to be rain and there's going to be interruptions and there's going to be thunderstorms. It hasn't worked out that way, and we've even seen a bit of the sun today, as you can tell by that graphic as well. 18 degrees Celsius, pretty warm too now. Not too much of the way of wind either, so ideal conditions really for the players to play in. Could have a couple of spots of rain for about 5 or 10 seconds today, but it has remained dry, and let's just hope it stays that way, and let's hope it stays that way for the next 2 weeks when the main draw gets underway on Sunday. Maria Fernanda Burka, the Argentinian chair umpire for this one.
A minute.
Of course, as I say, this is the third qualifying round. The winner of this one through to the main draw. We already know a fair few results today and a fair few players who have made their way into the main draw for Sunday. Second seed was successful, Biakakjai. Castilla has had a comfortable time of things in qualifying. Also just dropped the 3 games today. She moves through to the main draw. As does Vickery, only dropped the 1 game to Ferro, which ended French hopes in the women's draw. Speed Roy also through. Siniakova, a winner today. All these making their way into the main draw. Panchikova Soilu and Gulovic. Gulovic with a good win over Mitu. Kozlova, incidentally, who was beaten by Soilu. As far as things stand, will moves through. If Chiriko wins today, she'll become the next highest ranked lucky loser. And Zanevska, as I've already mentioned, has defeated Kuchova. So just a couple of places left to be decided. Min taking on Sredetska as I speak. And Jorovic against Sorribes Tormo also going on as well. I can tell you that Sredetska and Min are in a third set, 1-1 at the moment there. And it's 3-2 to Sorribes Tormo against Jorovic over on court 15. Sorribes Tormo does have the break there. Also, the main draw has been announced today in terms of who will play who. Defending champion Serena Williams will get her defence off against Magdalena Rybarakova. She's then projected to meet Victoria Azarenka in the quarterfinals. Other projections are Kerber will face Bashinsky in the quarters, Muguruza against Vinci, and Halep against Radvanska. Those are all the quarterfinal projections. Of course, they've got a fair way to go before getting to the last stage. Back to this one then. Luisa Chirico serving. Doesn't matter whether she wins or loses today, but she'll want to win to go through as a qualifier. Of course, it's a dual qualifying event. Plenty of men in action too. That's we're beginning to know the players who are making their way through the men's draw as well. Just to run through some of them for you. Yeah, wins for Kamka, Stepanek, Darcis, Trungelliti, Burlock, Cabayas, Bayana, Brown. These are all qualifiers, incidentally. So they've all qualified for the main draw. Unger, Meltzer, De Schepper, who was an emphatic winner on this court, first up this morning. Xier and Orbot. Taking the ball nice and early. Positive start from the Russian.
30.
Also in the men's at the moment, Chirico's compatriot, Jared Donaldson, looking to try and qualify. Won the first set against Basilashvili. 5-6 down, serving to stay in it in the second. Incidentally, this match was meant to follow that match on court 14. But we had two very quick ones here on court 6, meaning that they shifted this one on, wanting to get the qualifying done and dusted as quickly as possible here. Players will want that as well, want as much rest as possible before the main draw starts. That's delicately played. She was a fair way back from the net. And she hit the volley, but able to control it. Takes the first game of the first set. As I say, there will be a fair few players in the draw who'll be cheering on Chirico. In fact, of course, if she loses, she takes the lucky loser spot. The first lucky loser spot, there's always a couple of late... Well, there's not always, but there often is a couple of late withdrawals as well. We already know about Wozniacki. Of course, in the men's today, we had Monfils pull out. There's also been Roger Federer won't be at the tournament. His run of 65 straight Grand Slams comes to an end at Roland-Garros. Not since 1999 has he not played a Grand Slam, but he's not involved, so there's another lucky loser from the qualifying. As I say, Monfils this morning pulling out with a viral infection as well. So there's two lucky losers already in the men's section. A lot of interested eyes on Jan-Lennard Struff's match. Struff at the moment taking on Martin. And he's doing those other higher seeded players a favour at the moment. One first set 6-4, 3-2 up in the second. finds the line.
15.
If Struff wins, Fabiano will be in the draw as the second lucky loser, Nishioka the first lucky loser. And it remains to be seen what the French Tennis Federation do about Constant Lestienne's replacement. Because Lestienne under investigation by the squad who investigate max fixing and whatnot. It's meant to have only been a very small breach, but he is under investigation, so coming down hard, and no tolerance or zero tolerance policy, meaning that he's been taken out of the main draw. It's a delightful backhand.
45.
So she has had a junior Grand Slam experience, Kromacheva. Not so much in terms of on the main circuit.
Mademoiselle Kromacheva.
So holds does Kromacheva for service game.
In
terms of her favourite surface, you would probably say it is clay. Got 11 ITF titles to her name, 8 of them coming on clay, but out of the 3 ITF titles she won this year, 2 of them were on the indoors surface of hard. Yes, that's well played from Chirico. Up to the ball quickly.
15-0.
To control it as well. Just maybe Kromacheva a little slow to react to her own drop shot here. Just a little too far back in the court there. Most likely shot off a drop shot is another drop shot.
15.
Both of these players, incidentally, looking to qualify main draw here in Paris for the first time. Chirico actually did play the main draw last year as a wild card. Lost to Katerina Makarova in the first round. Tough draw, that. Ball striking from both players. Kromacheva, incidentally, has tried to qualify before for the French Open. That was last year and lost in the second qualifying round. Josefa Maya was the player who beat her.
Current.
Saves the break point, does Chirico. Back in behind her opponent.
Avantage, Mademoiselle Chirico. Je, Mademoiselle
Finds the line.
Chirico.
Nice 1-2 punch to close out the game. Saves the break point. And it's Chirico who
Mademoiselle
leads.
Chirico men,
2-1 first set.
Juzan. Reprise.
Great play. Guess the wrong way did Chirico with the drive volley, but
15-0.
plenty of weight on the ball, but Krumacheva able to counter punch. Krumacheva not the biggest of players either at 5'7", but good mover. I've seen already that her ability to be able to generate her own pace on the ball.
Kanza. Tronkens.
I do feel today is going to be all about who gets that first strike in, who can get the other player on the back foot early on. So both players brimming with confidence. Times when I've been doing my research this week for the matches, found a lot of players who have struggled to be winning matches on the tour or even on the challenger circuit level. Coming into this event low on confidence, it's completely the opposite with these two. Chance then for Chirico to get a break. That's great defence from Chirico. Just hung in there in the rally. And it is the American who breaks first in this opening set. Just frustrating Krumacheva. It was quite an effective shot. That one in particular really flew low over the net. Skids off the surface with the slice. So a really good start for the top seed.
Zéro 15.
That's brilliantly done. Wondrous angle to finish the point off.
15.
Really was struggling to hit through Kromacheva. Ball just kept coming back, but didn't panic. Cutting around the side of the ball. Nice angle with it.
Trente-quinze.
Controlled it into the corner. No chance of Tarika getting that one back.
30. Quarante, 30.
Oh, what a shame. Did everything right up until the last ball.
40.
Had the whole court to hit into here as well. Again, though, you've got to credit the Russian, chasing everything down. Maybe just relaxed a little too much, having thought the job was done. Again, that's too good. And he's effectively using
Avantage,
that angled
Mademoiselle
backhand to
Chingo.
open up spaces on the court. Playing a really confident brand of tennis right now as the 20-year-old. Saves the game point again.
Égalité.
Entertaining tennis, isn't it? These young players going toe to toe. Just wants this one checked. Confirmed as wide, so a bit of pressure on this second serve now.
not out.
Beautifully done. Nice combination,
Avantage,
he ball right into
Mademoiselle
the corner.
Kuromatsu.
And the touch and hand skills at the front of the court to drop it short. So just to break straight back. Quality ball striking, both players getting exceptional depth in their shots. This time not allowing either of them up the court. Long juice game, this one. Yeah, that's nice disguise. Struggled to hit through Chirico from going side to side, so getting a little more success and dropping it short. In a flash, able to save the break point again.
Égalité. Avantage, Mademoiselle Chirico. Net, premier service.
Still can't close out the game. Slightly late call. Kromacheva just asking the chair umpire to check the mark. Chirico lifted a finger up to say it was wide, and it is confirmed as wide.
Avantage, Mademoiselle Chirico.
Well, an epic game comes to a close, and that missed smash early on in it doesn't prove costly for Chirico, who finally consolidates the break and now leads 4-1.
Reprise.
Chance to update you on some of the matches going on
Prendre la
around
place
the
rapidement.
grounds
s'il vous
here.
plaît.
So there's a real battle on court 8 and the men's draw. Ilhan against Andriozzi. Ilhan 7-6 up in the third. Remember, there's no tiebreak third set. Also another American in action over on court 10. Grace Min 4-3 up on Tredetska in the third. Steady, aggressive tennis from Chiriko. Also talked about well, Grace Min doing quite well over on court 10. A lot of a young American talent, particularly in the men's side of the game. A fair amount in the women's too. But those that have qualified have been struggling. Just Jared Donaldson left out of that young group. Taylor Fritz is in the main draw anyway, qualified directly, but Donaldson over on court 14 is now struggling. He failed to hold serve in the second set. It's a repeat of last year's third round qualifying match against Basilashvili. Basilashvili won it last year and he's 4-2 up now in the third against Donaldson. Over on court 14.
Tronkens.
The likes of Tiafoe, Tommy Paul. Lost earlier on this week. Tiafoe got through to the third qualifying round but lost a tight one last night against Adrian Unger. There has been good news for American tennis today. Sasha Vickery, you may have seen just a few moments ago on this court, safely moving through.
30.
Second double fault for Krumacheva. He's struggling on her second serve. That's a big winner. Plenty of work to do. It was a risky shot to go for. She left a lot of court space to be covered. Had she missed it, able to rifle it right into the corner. Closes out the game. It's the second point that she's won behind her second serve, Krumacheva.
Mademoiselle Chiriko mène 4 jeux à 2.
Chiriko leading 4-2.
Serokens.
This time far better positioning from the Russian, following the drop shot.
0-30.
Remember earlier she played the drop shot, Chiriko got there, drop shot at her back, but she was tighter to the net here, but not too tight, so nicely controlled. That's the American.
0-40.
A real chance now then for Kramacheva to get the break back. Love 40. There is the break. Fine ball striking from Kramacheva, and you have to say on the balance of play, she probably deserves to get the break back. Although Chirico is still leading, 4-3.
Reprise.
Backhand up the line.
0-15.
Broken to love in the last game. She's just taken her foot off the gas a little, Chirico. It was a really positive start.
Trente.
Marathon match over on court 8 is now finished. And it's Ilhan who's won it 8-6 in the third against Andriozzi, so Ilhan through to Sunday's action. Brilliant tennis. Kramacheva.
30.
Lots of loopy balls with lots of topspin on it. So effective on this surface. And suddenly injecting the pace. And a nice angle too. You can see why she's comfortable on a clay court. Being able to hit with a lot of spin. And then the use of the angle too. Two shots that are very crucial to doing well on this stuff. a real battle, isn't it? A
30,
little worried
40.
she's holding her back there. But she's really thinking about how she's constructing the points right now, Kromacheva. As I say, making it awkward for Chirico. But Chirico, despite only being 20 years of age, she's experienced, played a lot of tennis this year. A good brain on her. Oh, well, she somehow survives Kromacheva. Second time today, though. Really, with the smash, it should have been put away by Chirico. Hitting it straight to Kromacheva. He did brilliantly well to deal with it. As I say, stole the point from there on in. Again, exceptional hand skills to control the drive volley. Didn't have a lot of time to prepare for it. Saves the break point.
Oh!
Avantage, Mademoiselle Chirico.
It's a late call, but it has been called wide.
Mademoiselle Chirico.
Kromacheva's wanting just to have a look herself. Russian just wanting it checked. It was mightily close. Well, it's going to be overturned. It's a game of fine margins, isn't it? And Kromacheva again, surviving by the skin of her teeth. The ball called in, and it won't be a break. Back to deuce we will go. Chirico, I'm afraid, will know that it won't be point to be replayed because... In fact, it will be point to be replayed. Amazing. Oh, that should have been back to deuce, but instead it's another break point still. This time, it is a break. No doubt about that one. As Chirico rifles a backhand up the line. And breaks straight back. So 3 breaks to serve in a row. And Chirico has the 2-game cushion again. And now will serve for the first set at 5-3. Go back to the initial break point in the previous game. I thought that it was a clean winner, but Chirico must have got there and got something on it and got it back in play. Or at least must have been able to have a play on it. The call came on time. That's why the point was replayed. Oh, that's a crunching winner. I know she tends to move around the backhand more often to play the forehand, as we've already seen a few times today. Can certainly rip through the ball on the backhand side as well, Chirico. Up the court quickly here to get out the air. force back early in that point, but able to turn defence into attack. Yet another backhand winner. Well, after a slight lull, Chirico's found a game again. No doubt about that. And it's 2 set points. Whilst it looks like it may be good news initially here on court 6, Chirico still with a set point. Not such good news for American tennis on court 14. Jared Donaldson has lost to Basilashvili. Georgian winning 6-2 in the third. Still a second set point though here for Chirico. Still can't close it out. Also, over on court 10, Grace Min and Tredetska are in a real battle. 6-all in the third now. Also 6-all in the second set on court 17. Jan and Struff on the first set there. It's Martin. A third set point here for Chirico.
Net premier service.
Again, a very conservative point from Chirico. Can't find a first serve at the moment. When she gets to a set point. A lot of juice games in this opening set. Most of them on the Chirico serve.
Avantage, Mademoiselle Chirico.
You can almost understand that reaction. Giving away very cheap points, very few cheap points. In terms of missing off the first serve.
Net premier service.
This time, Chirico able to close out the set.
Mademoiselle Chirico.
A very positive set of tennis, really, in truth, from the 20-year-old. Lost her way momentarily through the midway part of it, but other than that, either side, very impressive. Takes it 6-3.
Reprise. Deuxième manche, hors service, Mademoiselle Kromacheva.
Well, after a bathroom break, Kromacheva's back, and she's serving first, second set. Start for Tarika, the backhand winner. You can tell there's a significant result that's just come through in the men's. It completes the men's qualifiers. Jan-Lennart Struff has defeated Martin 6-4, 7-6. The reason I say it's a significant result is because it has bearings on the lucky losers. Federer and Monfils will not be competing over the next 2 weeks, so there are 2 lucky loser spots as it stands. Constant Lestienne as well has been taken out of the draw by the French Tennis Association or Federation. So there's a possibility of a third lucky loser. Yet to know whether that will go to a wild card or whether it will go to a lucky loser. But with Struff winning, it means that Fabiano, as things stand and as things look, is the second lucky loser behind Nishioka. So those two, they may well have scraped in. It's Scheisling, who is the third lucky loser, who awaits what happens with Lestien's replacement. Of course, there could be other withdrawals from now until as late as Tuesday. Tuesday, the final day of the first rounds.
45.
So Scheisling, if he doesn't sneak in there, will no doubt wait around. There will be other players as well who have lost in that second round, who will, of course, look to try and sneak in. The likes of Meltzer, who's the 17th seed. Pavlicek, who was the 21st seed. Those two will also have great interest in anyone pulling out. So those who have directly qualified for the men, I can confirm these are 100% qualifiers. They've won through qualifying. Kamke, Stepanek, Darcis, Struff, Trungelliti, Burlock, Carbeas, Baena and Brown. I'll tell you the rest of them after this point. Also through Unger, Ilhan, Meltzer, Sampa Montagne, De Shepper, Vasilashvili, Gier and Olbut. That's steady tennis from Chirico.
Avantage, Mademoiselle Chirico. Mademoiselle Chirico.
Breaks early on, does the American. Impressive stuff, considering she was 40-15 down in that game. And she has been impressive throughout this one so far, the world number 77. As I say, Kromacheva trying to mix things up, slow the speed down, throw in a few high balls, but everything that she's thrown the Americans' way so far, the 20-year-old has been able to deal with it. Decent first serve percentage from Chirico in that first set, and that enabled her to get on the front foot often in her own service games. Pretty clinical on the break points too, 2 from 3 she was able to take. And she was effective off, in particular, the second serve return. Wasn't much in it, was there, in terms of points won. A lot of long juice games. Chirico just having more nous on the bigger points. Hasn't always had a lot of success when she's got to the net today, Chirico.
30.
Didn't panic with that volley though. Nicely angled away. A few times today, she's just chosen the wrong direction on the short ball, Chirico. Got away with it on that occasion. Love service hold, rarity. Can't remember seeing any of those before for Chirico anyway.
Mademoiselle Chirico men,
The breaking goes up 2-love second set. Looking at pretty good right now for Chirico. It's looking very tight for Grace Min over on court 10. 7-all now in the third set. This one just missed. It was very close. It is confirmed as wide. That's not going to help Chirico's relationship with the chair umpire. Gets on with things. As I say, Chirico in control here, or seemingly in control after setting the break. Also looking good right now for Sorribes. Tormo won the first set 7-5 against Jorovic. Is 3-love up in the second. Actually make that 4-love. That's why I was going to say 4, because I was just waiting for her to win the point.
Kanza.
So we know all the qualifiers for the women as well. I'll run through them again. Hanchikova, Soilu, Golovic, Zanevska, Biakakchai, Kastea, Vickery, Seped, Roig, and Siniakova. Just 3 left to join those 9. Of course, there is a lucky loser as well with Wozniacki's withdrawal. Oh, gave her a chance again. It's relentless, really, isn't it, from Chirico?
Ken Strand.
Score is slightly wrong, incidentally. It is 15-30. Just long.
30.
One player who will be cheering on Chirico in a big way is Kozlova. Katerina Kozlova, the Ukrainian. Lost to Soilu today, but she is the highest seeded player behind Chirico, who hasn't made it through. So she would be the first lucky loser if Chirico won here, which would mean she'd replace Wozniacki. More withdrawals. It would then be Mitu, who's the 9th seed. Kozlova, the 8th seed. And then you'd be looking down to Kachova.
Good
hold from Kromacheva.
Mademoiselle
Stops the
Chiricoli.
rod.
Men,
Herself on the
12
scoreboard in the second set, although Chirico is leading 2-1.
Reprise. Prenez la place rapidement, s'il vous plaît. Première place, merci. Zero.
So the scintillating backhand does have the ability to just
30.
step it up, crunch a ball.
Zero.
Had to drop a point on serve so far in the second set. Goes to the commentator. First point against serve.
45. Mademoiselle Chirico.
Re-establishes the two-game cushion then, Chirico.
Chirico mène
It's 3-1
3
second
jeux
set.
à 1. Zero.
Confident tennis.
30.
And able to get an early strike in.
35.
Kromacheva on the back foot.
Honda.
I feel
30-40.
this is almost a must service hold game for Kromacheva. Another break point for Chirico. Sprays the backhand long, and Chirico breaks again, and now it's a long way back for the Russian. The 20-year-old who leads by a set to love and by 4 games to 1.
Prenez la place rapidement, s'il vous plaît. Reprise.
This is the only danger for Chirico now.
0-15.
Kromacheva, with the position that she finds herself in, may well just swing the arms a little more loosely. Nothing to lose.
Quinze.
Clearly looking to be more positive off the return, the Russian. Should be a player that no one will want to draw if Chirico does come through this match. Form that she's shown on a clay court, won a lot of matches. Of course, particularly all those qualifying matches, and then the main draw at Madrid, winning through to the semi-finals there. Qualified for Stuttgart, 3rd round of Charleston, qualified for Acapulco as well. There's a surface she's very comfortable on, and she's looked comfortable today. More often than not. It's been a mature performance from the 20-year-old. A lot of pressure on her. Okay, maybe not so much knowing that she, even if she loses today, was probably going to go through. But she's getting the job done here. Getting it done in impressive fashion.
40-30.
Holds again and is now a game away from a place in the main draw. Luisa Chirico leads by 5 games to 1, second set. So they're still going, incidentally. Over on court 10, Grace Min 9-8 up now on Sredetska. And Sorribes Tormo, as I speak, has a match point at 5-1 up in the second against Jorovic. really, she's just had too much for Krumacheva today. Sort of rally summing up the play. She's been able to neutralise the point comfortably, went on the back foot early on, and then turn that defence into attack. More of a heavier shot, hit harder, more power, being able to hit through Krumacheva easier, and the Russians been able to hit through her. 21-year-old is just beginning to run out of ideas. Three match points. Make that just the two.
15-40.
What a way to finish.
I
think it's the right way to finish. There's been some performance from Luisa Chirico, who continues her fine run of form on the clay and marches on in to the main draw of Roland-Garros. Emphatic win in the third round of qualifying, a win that, in fact, she probably didn't even need in terms of making it into the main draw. She would have been the first lucky loser, but in true professional style, wins 3 in a row here in the qualifying event to move in to the main draw, which starts, of course, on Sunday. Really good win then against a dangerous opponent in Arena Krumacheva. Chirico winning 6-3, 6-1 in an hour and 15 minutes. I'm sure she'll probably be quite pleased just to sign a few autographs as well. She'll be a dangerous opponent for whoever faces her in the first round of the French Open. I can tell you that no one will want to draw the American. These are the statistics from that match. 71% first serve percentage, very high, winning a lot of the points behind that first serve. As I said, it really gave her a platform to hit off. Was very good on the break points as well. 5 from 7 there. And generally, it was a complete performance from the American. Krumacheva thought about her tennis, mixed it up, made it difficult for Chirico. She's been in excellent form herself, the Russian, but just one match too far. I'm sure she will be back again, just 21 years of age. But Chirico, understandably, all smiles for her. As I say, taking a rich vein of form and a winning run into a Grand Slam is always dangerous and always very effective. Right, well, that rounds things up here at Roland-Garros qualifying. It's been a historical week. This is the first time we've been able to bring you televised coverage of the qualifying event. I hope you've enjoyed it all. Seen plenty of twists and turns. The main event, of course, begins on Sunday. It should be exciting stuff from start to finish. If you can watch it, please do so. But from me, Pete Hodges, and the team here in Paris, as well as Guy McCree, who, of course, commentated over the last few days, I will bid you goodbye.
rentrer ici.